Heck yeah, man. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Forgotten but not gone. Scholar, baby. Ba 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 da ba ba. La 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 la. As I suspected, they are not more than broken men who have seized the docks and taken to robbing every passing ship. Come, let us put an end to their banditry and take what is ours. This doesn't make any sense. This story beat is random. What's up, Kurt? Treatise on the Nemean military tactics just as I had hoped. Cute. Hello there. Ba, 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 ba. Mayhap the tablet can explain this. Scholars, familiars, fairies. The sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. The moonlight of Selene doth silence and strengthen. By the 12, have you any idea what this means? We have rediscovered the long-lost magical arts of Nemean scholars. Now I've seen everything. I shall return to the guild and begin translating the tablet. I cannot wait to see what other secrets it contains. Great. Bing, bop, boom, bam, boop. Wilshocker. Bing, bop, boom, bam, bop. Level 17 Marauder. Level 17 Miner. Level 17. They got rid of Celine. Do 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 ba da do 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 da da do 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 do. What am I looking for? Whee! Sprint it up, let's go. Na 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 na. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 Why didn't I move? Good stuff.
Hand smell. So pretty, I've never seen.
Oh, okay, Chiro.
Why the fuck do people in Asia have energy all fucking day?
Oh, these are they're called silicone toe spreaders.
Alright, you guys, on May 30th, not only are we getting...
You need to change.
That little boy is pretty adorable, and I also bet the tears and crying is going to be slightly adorable after I slap the ever-loving piss out of him. $20 trillion and you're second-guessing this. You've never known a financial struggle if you didn't automatically say you'd slap that little doe-eyed baby. Hell, I'd have his own parents powder my hand, crow hop across his nursery, and slap the taste of strained peas and carrots straight out his little toothless mouth. I'll throw his parents $500 million in a crate of Fisher-Price neck braces and then go on about living my now exponentially wilder and better life. $20 trillion, you can do anything you want to do, ever, all because you slapped a baby. And besides, what's he gonna do? He's a baby. Kid's just gonna spend his whole formative years training and scheming to come take you out. You slapped a baby, became a trillionaire. Slap baby, then grew up to be an assassin. Assassin now tracks you down, tries to kill you. You live an awesome life and probably get an awesome death. That's movie worthy. Hell, The Rock will take that role, I know it.
The Rock would take that role.
Early humans were way more terrifying than you actually think. We had one of the highest levels of endurance compared to nearly every living being on the planet. But why was this scary? Well,
Long queue.
humans used to practice something called persistence hunting, using our incredible stamina to chase down prey in a horrifying way. Knowing we couldn't catch the animal at full strength and speed, we would slowly follow it instead, where no matter how far the animal ran, they would turn around and keep seeing these hairless creatures constantly following. Even after multiple hours of running, thinking they finally got away, the creatures would just keep appearing over and over. Humans would never get tired, forcing the animal to run until their body physically shuts down, where your only choice was to lay down from exhaustion and let them spear you to death. Early humans were way more terrifying than you actually think. We had one of the highest levels of endurance compared to nearly every living being on the planet. But why was this scary? Well, humans used to practice something called persistence hunting, using our incredible stamina to chase down prey in a horrifying way. Knowing we couldn't catch the animal at full strength and speed, we would slowly follow it instead, where no matter how far the animal ran, they would turn.
Please be so for real with me. Have you gooned to me? Have you gooned? Don't you wait, don't do it to me. Don't you do it. Please be so for real with me. Have you...
Which episode of SpongeBob is this from? There is no ice. There's never been any ice. Ice is just a myth. Step aside. You people act like you committed a murder. Okay, I confess. SpongeBob killed him. What? You can't pin this whole rep on me. He was insane, out of control. He would have killed me too if y'all hadn't come along. It was all Mr. Krabs' idea. Put him down now. He's a bad dog. He wears collars to bed. Wait, is that what you think? This one's a little bit harder.
You don't want to just book it?
Book it and stop and guess.
Long boy house tour video! Yes, sir. We hit the sub goal. Time to make a house tour video. Starting with my bedroom. So my bedroom. I love how Gen 4 is one of the most iconic fucking gens in all of Pokemon, but I feel like everyone has the same exact thoughts on Gen 4. Everyone always had the same fucking teams. Like, I love Gen 4 to fucking death, bro. Sinnoh is god tier. I even made a Pokemon rap about Gen 4. I grew up playing Gen 4. I love it to fucking death. Where is it? Here are 3 signs that the Dark Souls community will hate you.
You are God.
Thank you.
Think you can beat me.
It's gonna change their vote.
Appreciate that very.
The biggest opportunity in our lifetime is right in front of your face, and most of you are going to scroll right by. Hey, your choice. Decide if you want. Listen, I've had more lifetime than most of you. 64 years on the planet, man, and I've never seen anything like this. The opportunity that artificial intelligence is going to present the world are unparalleled. Some of you are going to sleep on it, some of you are also going to step up and take a chance on yourself and win big from this. Renegade AI, remember that name? Let's talk in 6 months. The biggest opportunity in our lifetime is
I bet I can make.
I have a life-changing but incredibly simple recipe for anybody who eats peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or who has kids that.
We're going to get hit.
Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB.
The silence! Oh.
What the hell? Oh, nah. Nah, that's kind of fire. Oh no, bro.
Let's watch something else. Zepla. 400,000 views on Zepla there. Ba 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 ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum.
Get ready for my most controversial takes about money. Watch out, look out, I sat down, I wrote a list. Oh, and when I get list writing, something happens. I just tried to outline my ideas about money that may seem unusual to some people, but that have helped me thrive and succeed and not starve to death. But the thing that's helped most with that, I would say, is food. Food is the leading cure of starvation.
Jesus.
Okay, first of all, most financial problems can be summed up with one word. And that word is, it's complicated and ridiculous to assume that everyone's problems are the same. The point is, I only know how to live a life from inside this head. I only know my own situation. I can only speak from my own experience. It might help some of you,
but everyone is different.
And to take it further, I think when financial gurus, especially get-rich-quick gurus, will give you this list of best practices and ways to succeed, they're trying to take something that's so personal and make universal rules out of it. They might be drawn from their own life, but they have the benefit of hindsight. I bet they didn't follow all of those rules exactly all the time. Life is complicated. In most cases, from what I can see, get-rich-quick gurus are either lying and not actually rich, or got rich by sacrificing everything else in their life and focusing hard on one thing for a long time and hustling until it worked. I'm not claiming to make you rich. I'm not claiming that all of these things I say are going to work for you. I'm not writing a book. Maybe I'll write a book someday. It won't be about this. Next, my job, stupid. This thing I do, make videos, didn't exist 20 years ago. This job...
Shuna, shuna, shuna! Ba 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 ba.
Job is not necessary. Yet I continue to do it, and it can make it. Maybe I'll write. I'm not claiming to make you rich. I'm not claiming that all of these things I say are going to work for you. I'm not writing a book. Maybe I'll write a book someday. It won't be about this. Next, my job is stupid. This thing I do, making videos, didn't exist 20 years ago. This job is not necessary. Yet I continue to do it, and it continues to work, which is extremely sus. A word I don't even like to use. Sus. Because it makes me feel like I'm trying to be the kids, which is sus. Why is this a controversial take about money, and why does this help me? Well, reminding myself that this is unnecessary and kind of stupid lowers the pressure, and it keeps it fun for me. And it makes me appreciate it more. Ever since I started making money with this, it felt like a bonus. I work harder on this than any job I ever had, and if I had a regular office job, I'm sure I would slough off a whole lot more. Wasn't a good employee. It's probably good that I'm doing this. But the fact that I can do this, how many people do full-time YouTube? Approximately 394,000. The fact that so many people are doing this for a living, a thing that didn't exist 20 years ago, that is, I believe, not actually a necessary job for society to function, makes me think about all the other unnecessary jobs there are, which is a reminder that so much of what we do is just made up, and it works because we force it to work. So on the one hand, this helps me put the pressure off. It helps me appreciate what I have more. Since it's so special, it kind of reminds me that I should be saving this money because this could go away at any time. And on the other hand, it's a controversial take about money because it's like, this is all made up. What if we just made up a different way where, you know, more people got money? Spread the love. I know, that sounds like socialism. Yeah, so what? Moving on. I don't give a shit about retirement. Okay, this is also very much about me. I'm my own boss, and I'm doing a thing that I really enjoy and see myself being able to do until I die. But even before I had this job, I didn't think about retirement. Retirement can mean a few things for different people. It can mean just not working at your job that you're currently doing anymore. Working and saving till you're old enough to quit your job and still just live. But it could also mean when you get older, stop working so much so that you can do all the things on your bucket list. In general, it means planning for a hypothetical old you. So if you're saving because you just don't want to work at the job you're working at anymore, totally understand. But if you're saving for a bucket list, to me that's something I don't care about. If there's something I want to do that I've always wanted to do, I'm just gonna go do it, deal with the consequences later. Reckless for sure, but I might be too old to do it then. I might get hit by a bus tomorrow. And also, I think it's impossible to plan mathematically exactly what your future's going to be because things change so much. I had no idea I'd be where I'm at now 10, 20 years ago. 5 years ago even. Okay, 5 years ago I was actually kind of doing the same thing, but there was like 3 years of being on pause, pandemic, so that doesn't, it's kind of different. But we didn't know there was going to be a pandemic. We didn't know we were going to have this tariff situation. You could win the lottery, get a big unexpected inheritance, or your house could burn down. Like, so many things could happen that screw with your entire plan. And I'm someone who really tries to value how I feel now, what I can do now. Why not enjoy as much as you can, especially when you're young enough to enjoy it? What if old you doesn't even want to travel? What if the things that you want now aren't the things you want then, or they aren't what you think they are? Maybe you've always wanted to go to SeaWorld, and then when you're 75, you go to SeaWorld and you're like, oh wait, this sucks. It's good to be responsible to make sure you can survive when you're older and unable to work, sure. But even still, there are plenty of older people who are still able to retire and not starve to death, and they didn't have a lot saved. And we don't know what society is going to be like that far into the future. Maybe hardly anyone's going to be able to live that long, or everyone's going to thrive in old age, regardless of how much they have. Who knows? The thing is, there are so many things we don't know about 40, 50 years from now, 60, 70, depending on how old you are, depending on how old we live. Too many unknowns for me to plan. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to micromanage my future. I'm just going to make sure that I have some savings. Okay, here's another controversial take. I don't give a shit about getting my money's worth. That sounds strange, but it's really true. If I'm going to a restaurant, it's a little bit more expensive and we expect a better service or better food or something. I mean, I'm hoping for something better if I'm paying
Big
more, but if I
Lala.
get it, that's fine. I'm a firm believer of the sunk cost fallacy. So when you pay for something with no possibility of getting the money back, that is a sunk cost. Now technically, if you go to a restaurant and you don't get the service you wanted or the food wasn't as good, you could complain and maybe get your money back. I don't do that. I don't care. I don't want to me it's not worth the trouble and fight. I don't want to fight with people. I don't want to make a scene. I just want to be agreeable. I mean, maybe that's a flaw. When I leave the house to go have an experience, a nice evening or whatever, I feel like I've already made the commitment. I'm going to try to enjoy whatever happens. I'm going to try to make whatever happens be the best it can be. But if not, I already decided that money was gone. That was a sunk cost. That doesn't really apply to the sunk cost fallacy, but I'm also a firm avoider of the sunk cost fallacy, which is you put a bunch of money into a project or in a big investment in something and it's not paying off, but you feel like you need to continue because you put so much money into it. Or you spend a ton of money, take your family.
Disney World. I want to go to... No, I don't. Hello. Hello. Bye-bye. Bye.
Family to Disney World and it's a really hot day and it sucks. It's not fun. No one's having fun. But you continue anyway because you put so much money into it. We have a sunk cost. We have to make it worth it. And so you continue. Oh, we are going to find Mickey Mouse and we are going to get a picture with him. I don't care if we have to just wear our underwear because it's so hot. I don't think they would allow that. But anyway, you already sunk the cost. The money's gone no matter what you do. I always try to remind myself what's most important is right now. What situation are we in right now? The situation we're in right now is that we are having a bad time and the money is already gone. So maybe we should just focus on trying to have a good time. Who cares about whatever money we spent? And a good time would be leave the fucking park, go to a pool, or go take a nap, whatever. That's the danger of falling for the sunk cost fallacy. So I try not to give a shirt if I got my money's worth. Because that's just, what does that mean? It should just be how you feel now. That's what should matter. Maybe in the future try not to throw away money on things you don't enjoy. But it's a learning experience. Here's a controversial take. Tax me however you want. I mean, I would prefer to not be taxed too much. But I'm also not going to pay that much attention to it. I don't pay that much attention to taxes. I know that they're going to be there. You can minimize them in certain ways. I have an accountant that helps with that. You could move to somewhere where there's lower taxes. I'm not gonna upend my life to have a discount on taxes. I just assume that it's gonna be there. It's just part of the whole thing. Now, on a societal level, on a political level, on national news level, I do pay attention to how our government decides how we are taxed and what they do with our taxes. But I also don't worry too much about that because it's not really in my control, aside from how I vote or advocate others to vote. That's pretty minimal effect. But while we're here, I say tax rich people more. A flat tax is stupid. Moving on. This one is somewhat controversial, but I think a lot of people agree. Debt is fine, or can be fine. Okay, this might sound weird to some people. Personally, I think what's most important is just have a pool of money. Have a savings, have investments, liquid money. Don't liquefy your cash, but like, you know, have your money be liquid and flexible. A big pool of money that you can do anything you want with right now, I think is very important, regardless of whether you have debt. It shields you when you have emergencies, when you have sudden expenses, rather than racking on more debt. So, you want to buy a car. I think it's better to finance the car and have small payments, even if there's interest, even if you can pay it all off right now. I think it's better to take on debt and make payments as long as the interest rate is at a certain level. I think NerdWallet said higher than 6% interest is bad debt. Probably around 6 or lower, can be not bad debt. The money that you didn't spend on all that debt, you could invest it in the stock market, which historically, traditionally, has been going up 7 to 10% for 100 years. 10% actually, I think, is the number. And in my own experience, I have found that to be true in the last 20 years. Lately, things are wild. I'd like to think that's gonna end. Maybe not. Again, it's hard to know what's gonna happen. I just think taking on some debt with a small interest rate and having money now that you can do whatever you want with now is better. It's like if money were football pads and you're a football player. I'm talking American football here. America! And you owe a bunch of people football pads. Would you rather pay them one football pad here and there? Debt is fine, or can be fine. Okay, this might sound weird to some people. Personally, I think what's most important is just have a pool of money. Have a savings, have investments, liquid money. Don't liquefy your cash, but like, you know, have your money be liquid and flexible. A big pool of money that you can do anything you want with right now, I think is very important, regardless of whether you have debt. It shields you when you have emergencies, when you have sudden expenses, rather than racking on more debt. So, you want to buy a car. I think it's better to finance the car and have small payments, even if there's interest, even if you can pay it all off right now. I think it's better to take on debt and make payments as long as the interest rate is at a certain level. I think NerdWallet said higher than 6% interest is bad debt. Probably around 6 or lower, can be not bad debt. The money that you didn't spend on all that debt, you could invest it in the stock market, which historically, traditionally, has been going up 7 to 10% for 100 years. 10% actually.
Caitlin Clark does it again. Wahoo! Yeah! Ba 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 na 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 na. Guess everybody forgot about the mimics. People everywhere. Can't be asked to heal you!
it is to be a fake death, I am only too happy to oblige.
Leroy Jenkins.
Like sheep before the wolf. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots! You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
I guess I just gotta wait. It's not fun, but just gonna wait. Let's put something on YouTube.
I think is the number. And in my own experience, I have found that to be true in the last 20 years. Lately, things are wild. I'd like to think that's gonna end. Maybe not. Again, it's hard to know what's gonna happen. I just think taking on some debt with a small interest rate and having money now that you can do whatever you want with now is better. It's like if money were football pads and you're a football player. I'm talking American football here. America! And you owe a bunch of people football pads. Would you rather pay them one football pad here and there, or give them all your football pads and then play football with no pads? Personally, I'm going to keep as big a pile of pads as I can, double up, triple up. I'm going to be the biggest football player on the field. Too many pads. I'm not going to be good. I'm not going to be able to move. I'm going to have too many pads. Okay, the metaphor falls apart there because I really want the money to help me be flexible, and those pads are going to ruin my flexibility. But you know what I'm saying. I think a pool of money, flexibility is better than just saying that you have no debt. But if we're talking about credit card debt, that's probably likely a much higher interest rate, and that's something you probably should pay off as quickly as you can. But I'm not opposed to credit cards. I have a credit card, and I spend everything on my credit card. I just pay it all off right away and just get the reward. And it helps with credit score. Which leads us to the sponsor of this video.
President Trump had a private dinner last night for more than 200 investors who bought into his media.
The event was held at his golf club in Northern Virginia. NBC News has learned that the guests $55,000 and $37.7 million for the Trump coin, making the average cost of a seat at the dinner over $1 million. All of this is rated for a guy.
I have done so much on this character. Two minutes. It's only 8:30. I've got all day. Ba-da-ba, da-da-da, 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 ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba, da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba, da-da-da. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba.
Video kickoff. Kickoff is how you start a football game. Not that kickoff though! With this kickoff, you start the game of life as far as credit building goes. Here's the problem and solution I had in my early adult life. Soul-crushing loneliness. No, not that problem. I never got a credit card. It was a good thing. I didn't want one. I didn't want to rack up debt. But it was a bad thing because I didn't build up any credit, which is what you want when you want to get a loan to get things like a house or a car or a jetpack. I assumed we'd have jetpacks by now. I know they exist. It's just, they're not practical. Oh, luckily I did eventually get a credit card when I had a lot of savings and was able to not have any debt. And building that credit helped us acquire this lovely home whose lawn I hate taking care of. Wish I would have had Kickoff. Kickoff is a credit building tool, not a credit card, not a loan, not a cat. It's designed to help you build credit safely and simply. You sign up in minutes, no credit checks, no interest, no hidden fees, and no tree nuts. I'm allergic to tree nuts, so that's good. Plans start at $5 a month, and when you make online payments, which is even easier with autopay, they're reported to all 3 credit bureaus. That builds positive payment history and lowers utilization. 2 big factors for your credit. Users with credit under 600 saw a plus 25 point boost in the first month and plus 84 points after the first year, all just by paying on time. These are the reasons Kickoff is the #1 credit building app in the App Store and praised by Credit Karma and NerdWallet and this clone. I like it. And right now you can get 80% off. That's as low as $1 if you go to getkickoff.com/WheezyWaiter. I would have gladly paid $1 a month to build credit instead of floating through life being a dingus. That's enough talk about money. Let's get back to the video, which is about money. Thank you, Kickoff. Next, hustle culture ain't so bad. Okay, this is controversial. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there is a lot of bad things about hustle culture, but it's not always bad. And it's something that I did. I don't know that hustle culture was much of a thing when I started. It is what I did. I got up super early every day before work and decided to make videos. I didn't sleep as much. Maybe that's partially why my sleep is so terrible now. I worked hard on these videos until it became my job. I would say that I hustled, and I bought into the idea that get things done, let's go, work, 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 and I don't regret it. I think it's why I have the career I have now. Partially, I did enjoy it as well. I was making something I was very excited to make, and I kept doing it because it was fun. It was a lot of work. I did have to push myself harder than maybe was comfortable. I did have moments later that you could probably call burnout, which is part of the problem. Burnout and mental health as a result of too much hustle culture. I don't know that that burnout wouldn't have happened anyway. I think burnout can come from just not enjoying what you're doing. Had I not done the hustle thing, I think I would have had other forms of burnout by just being in a place in my life that I didn't like, regardless of how much I was hustling. But yes, it can be overdone, and also it shouldn't be something that's expected. It seems like the road we're going down in this tech world, in this AI-driven world, in this attention economy, when all these jobs are kind of unnecessary and we're making them up anyway, yet we still have to hustle to succeed in them. Wages are too low and a lot of people are just expected to have multiple little jobs. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with trying harder on a specific project that you love. Maybe a little too much, maybe sleeping not as much as you should for a time to succeed. I think that's fine. Easy for me to say. It did work out for me. Well, did it? I'm struggling with sleep. I still think it was worth it. Next thing. I don't give a shirt about deals. I don't know if I like this one. This is like a privileged point of view. Well, I gotta be honest. And I think I had this point of view well before I had any money. I don't deal hunt. I don't clip out coupons or coupons. I don't look for sales and then go buy things because they're on. Opinions about. Renting is better than owning. And I'm not just talking about houses. Almost anything. Look, I know a lot of yous like to own. You like the freedom of owning the thing. I hate it. Most of the time. I'd rather rent and then not worry about it. Remember I did that video about e-bikes a little while ago? And I said I was going to buy an e-bike. And now I'm probably going to buy one instead of just keep renting them. But I think I'm just going to use city e-bikes. So much less stress involved with just taking the public thing instead of having to own the thing. And if it breaks down, then I'm responsible for fixing it. Yeah, I have to pay to keep using the thing. And over time, it may be cheaper. But not really. It will take years before I spend as much on a public e-bike than just owning an e-bike. And I'm still gonna have to spend on fixing up that e-bike. We don't own a truck. I don't ever wanna own a truck. If I wanna haul something big, we go rent a U-Haul at Home Depot or something. Is it U-Haul at Home Depot, or they just have their own Home Depot trucks? Whatever. I think for some people, owning stuff allows you to be more flexible. For me, it feels like I reduce flexibility. We own a house, and I think it's fine. I've never liked lawns, and now I have to maintain a lawn. We bought a new roof, we've added solar panels, we bought a new deck, got a new driveway, we painted the house. We spent a lot on maintenance of this house. Depends on the house and how much upkeep you're gonna have, I suppose, and how new the house is. This is an older house. And property value does go up. Our property value went up quite a bit, which is nice. But the rate it goes up isn't guaranteed. And again, if you have a pool of money that you can do whatever you want with whenever you want, you can put that on the stock market and that will also go up. Depends on where you're renting and how much rent costs. It depends on a lot of things. I don't think there's any guarantee that owning is better, and I do think there's the pressure of maintaining when you own something that I don't love. It's never been something I cared much about. Fixing things, I'm not much of a fixer. I don't regret buying our house. I love our house and I think it was a good investment, but I don't think it's a guarantee that it's better. I do get why it can be better and I think that's fine, but I want to push back on the idea that it's guaranteed that it's better, because when I was younger, the back of my mind, and the back of all my friends' minds, it seemed like was, oh, you should own a house. That's the best investment. The longer I rent, the longer I take to save up money to buy a house, I'm just wasting money. And I think that's bullshit. I think you can rent your whole life and maybe come out ahead. I don't want to say it's wrong to do either one, but I think it's wrong to feel like you have to buy a house or to judge people who don't. Ooh, I'm getting spicy with this video. That's good. This is supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be controversial stuff. So yeah, here's another controversial one. I don't fully believe this, but I kind of believe it. Maybe that latte every day is part of the problem. For a while, the boomers would blame the young people for their money problems buying all the frivolous stuff, like the latte every day, all the fancy stuff you don't need. You gotta be more frugal. That's the reason you're struggling with money, not lower wages, not the growing wealth-income gap. I agree that frugality does not solve all the problems, and that cutting costs on a few frivolous things here and there is going to make much of a difference. I don't think it will. But overall, thinking back to when I got into saving money mode, I did start being frugal. I started paying attention to a lot of fees that I was paying that I didn't have to. I looked for the cheaper version of everything and became more responsible, and I did end up saving more money. Not just because of that, but because of a lot of things. Putting away a little bit in an online account every time I made money. I talked about that before, the $20 rule. Every little bit does matter. So I do believe that, yeah, maybe cut back on some of the frivolous things, because that can help. Maybe it doesn't move the number very much, but I think it increases the attitude of saving money. This is what it was for me. I just switched into money saving mode and I did literally everything I could to increase the amount of money I was getting slowly. Part of that was taking my lunch to work more rather than ordering out, and I think it did make a difference. I don't want to harp on it too much because there is a good point that those little things don't matter in the grand scheme, but I'm also someone who likes to focus on what I can control, and I can't control the big societal issues. I can control the little expenses that I make. So that's just something I think. But again, I don't think anyone should be judged for getting a latte when they're also worrying about their bottom line, as if that's the only problem. And finally, I'm lucky. That's it. That's the controversial statement. It doesn't sound that controversial, but it is a bit. I think there's this pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality that we have. If you've built your own business, if you've come from nothing and became a success, you didn't do it alone. That's what I believe. I believe there are many factors that cause a person to be successful. And for me, yes, I did a lot myself. I didn't get lucky in the sense that I went viral. I didn't really go viral until way later in my career. I did.
Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-ba-ba. Hey Dexter, yes, I just saw your chat message. How are you doing? Do you play Final Fantasy? If you don't play Final Fantasy, you gotta get on it. You've already slain him? I'd expect nothing less from my rival. Indeed, you're every bit the adventurer I imagined you'd be. Suppose that's what we get for the extra set of squats. Tell me, friend, were you able to recover anything from the body? As a matter of fact, he carved a scale off of the Rathalos hide. That's a mighty fine material for smithing. Might ever have a look? Quest complete! You can now trade Rathalos scales to the smithy in exchange for various goods. Oh. Mighty Hunter returns and with his feline companion. I don't get it. The Great Hunt Extreme now accessible, I see. Four players, what? Interesting.
did slowly build an audience. I did a lot of work. I put in a lot of work. There's no one moment where I'm like won the lottery and then became successful. So yes, I didn't rely on luck, but in a lot of ways I am lucky. One big one for me is my upbringing. I'm lucky to have grown up with two loving parents who supported me the whole time. I was able to go live in crappy apartments in Chicago with hardly any money, try to make it as a band and wait tables, barely making rent every month, with little pressure to do much else because I knew that I would have them to help me. Maybe they could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I relied on them very much in those days. I did make sure that I was able to support myself, but just knowing that they were there gave me the confidence to do that. And they did partially finance my college education, so I got help with that. I just had a safe, comfortable life with a loving family. It's not like they were fabulously wealthy, they were just supportive. And you've seen them in videos, aren't they lovely?
We're as lovely as
If we were president, we'd be lovely Ham Lincoln.
That's a Wayne's World reference. Be original.
If we were a book / movie, we'd be the Lovely Bones.
That's a highly disturbing fantasy horror novel movie with which I do not wish to be associated.
If we were...
I presume he was the one who woke the bloody things up. I tried talking to him, but he got sullen with silence for my troubles. On the bright side, the teleporter should be functional now. That's assuming, of course, there's no one else lurking about. Well, would you look at that, up and operational. But what do you think that Ffxiv reached Azizla in the first place? How do you think that Ffxiv reached Azizla in the first place? There's no way their balloons can reach these altitudes. Unless the rumors are true, they say a group of Ffxiv in the North Shroud calling themselves the Escut-9 have been working on some sort of hybrid airship. How's about we go and try and pay them a visit, eh? The last thing we need is for one of them to come back here and wake up another of the Allegan's delightful toys. Why is there an extra step on this quest? Is that necessary? Like, who is this for?
A song, it would be is...
That's more.
Just so happened to become one of the major jobs of society later on in my adult life. That was luck. It wasn't given to me on a platter, I had to work for it. But I was lucky that it existed. And I don't believe that any successful person can blame only themselves for their success. I guess that's the more controversial statement. Give yourselves credit, for sure, but let's not delude ourselves into thinking we're, like, gifted in something, you know? Well, some people, like maybe Jamiroquai. You see those dance moves? So that's it. Those are my controversial statements. Oh boy! They're mildly controversial. Anyway, thank you for watching. I hope they help you in some way.
That's how I feel right now. Okay, Bismarck, Clock, Lightning, Shiva. Alright. So that means I am ready. Let's do some of this side stuff. 60, huh? Sheesh. Perhaps if I were a few Winter's younger, my efforts would have proven more than an unavailing struggle. You've exceeded all expectations. Pains me to say it, but we're no match for the likes of you. God's help us if the Ffxiv never learned to throw an axe about like that. Indeed, the student surpassed the master, the guild master, for it was I all along. Ha ha ha. Bum 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 bum. Not even a quizzical lift of the brow? Surely our disguises were not as bad as all that. What do you mean to say you've forgotten the face of your former instructor? Wernzen, by the 12, it is you, and Bronbar. I wasn't expecting crushed limbs as famed marauders under heel so easily. This was only a warm-up, yes? We've yet to even break a sweat. Ba 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 ba. Ah. What's wrong? Yikes. Dorgono, whatever's the matter? DiGiorno, probably. Those eyes. She wields the strength of her inner beast. Oh dear. Ah! That was ridiculous. Uh-oh. Flashbacks. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. She swings like a dream. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Let's go! Did you have to show feet? Did you have to do that? Was that necessary? DiGiorno the bell. Ba 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 ba. My apologies. The will of Karash burns brightly within me. Too brightly. Karash? I'm quite certain that was the reckless thrashing of one overcome by their inner beast. But that is a phenomenon seldom seen beyond the walls of my village. Who are you, and from where do you hail, friend? This gives context to all of the other quests, which I thought were really bad, but now it made them better. I am the Giorno of the Corel. My home was on the Azim steppe to the lands of the Far East. We are unmatched in the ways of the axe. We are strong people, at times too strong. There are ones like me consumed by this thing you call the inner beast, the will of Karash. We are the Taken, cursed with an insatiable thirst for violence. Remarkable. Your people sound not unlike those of my village. Though I suppose it stands to reason others share this gift. The strength of one's inner beast stems from a primal instinct we were all born with. It is merely a matter of learning how to draw it out, a technique we warriors have long since mastered. Yet you would call it a curse. Have you people not learned to control this power? The will of Karash, this inner beast, can be controlled? Perhaps then I can learn at last return home. The Taken are sentenced to exile. That is why I traveled west to train further in the way of the axe. If I can overcome this affliction, I may have a chance for redemption. Well, this is certainly an unexpected turn of events. As our most promising recruit, I wish to see how she might fare against hardened combatants. I never thought she could actually defeat the likes of Curious George. Seems to me further time under our roof would be a waste. Might you be willing to take her on? Well, we can't very well leave her unattended. If she should succumb to her inner beast, there's no telling what havoc she might wreak. Then I leave her in your capable hands. I'm sure you'll make a fine warrior out of her. Thank you, sir. I will do anything you ask if it means taming this wretched beast within me. I can't believe I lost. How am I to instruct others when I am still so lacking? Brother, I'm sorry, but I cannot guide her in the way of the warrior when I myself have stumbled on the path. No, let him be. His lack of resolve would only invite hindrances to the task at hand. This is a path he must walk alone. Come, let us go. Ba-da-ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-bum, bum. I need a break. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I need a break. I'm gonna take one.
People who have homes that they want Thursday morning, apparently in a really, really bad mood, and decided to take out his bad mood on the entire European Union. That's right, Donald Trump's anger spanned an entire continent because he's mad that they have, put tariffs on American whiskey. So, I have the best bolt.
Oh yeah?
Yeah? Can I show you?
Sure.
Alright, first can you actually show me one so I can make sure I get it right?
I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the party.
Alright, you ready for this?
Yep.
I'm bubbled. I have the best bolt.
Oh yeah?
Yeah? Can I show you?
Sure.
Alright, first can you actually show me one so I can make sure I get it right?
Poker Kiss is absolutely incredible and one of the most common perfect 5-star predictions. Burning them all and to start an all in battle, I absolutely see the argument. It's also not really a hot take to say that it was definitely worse in Gen 4 before it got the fairy type. Not to say that it was bad by any means though. 120 in special attack along with 115 and 95 in defenses and respectable speed and HP. Just based on stats alone, it's fantastic. But then you throw on its Serene Grace ability to increase the chance of secondary effects like flinch on air slash and omni boost from ancient power and plenty of other fantastic offensive options. Not to mention the support moves it gets its Togepi like Yawn, Encore, Charm, and Wish. Then in the newer games, they even made it a lot stronger by giving it arguably the first or second best type in the game, Fairy. I could see it being a close argument in Gen 4, but it's definitely good enough to get there afterwards. 5 stars without a promise. Togepi and Togekiss got 5 stars on availability for being really early in the games that they are in, and even a friendship evolution to boot. So with Togekiss, we really just have to look at the shiny stone requirement. It's post-game in the Johto remakes, but since that's not technically its own region, we don't count that, and in Gen 4 you get it around in the 6th gym, which is a normal time to get final evolution anyway. Shoot, even your rival hasn't fully evolved his yet. And then in Galar and the remakes, it's a similar story, so I don't see any reason to penalize its score. It'll stay 5 stars. Then both of its pre-evolutions also got a 5 in concept for being based on a baby bird hatching from an egg, but also being the egg, which is super creative, especially considering it's the original baby Pokemon used to show off that concept. They also took some inspiration from typical RPG loot or luck goblins, which then upon evolution kind of shifts over to the angelic or even fairy vibes instead. Really, this whole line is super unique and interesting. 5 stars. But its design is definitely the biggest question mark for me here. Togepi got 5 stars, but then Togetic dropped down to 3.5 stars. However, I do think that Togekiss kind of brings it back home to fit even better with the movie. Honestly, I think the line looks a lot better without Togetic. Togekiss is kind of the perfect Togepi evolution. It keeps the egg body and head without the random long neck, and the wings definitely look angelic. The red and blue on the hair or crown is also just a really nice touch visually to give it more pop and ties into the egg patterns. I was honestly leaning more for 4.5 stars, but unsurprisingly, you guys absolutely love this one, so I'll lean on that and go with 5 stars, which gives Togekiss a perfect 5-star overall rating, making Sinnoh the only region so far with more than one of those 9 being negative.
This is how you build free lead. To a cancer researcher girl who told me.
Let's go. I'm not trying to freak you out, okay? If you are not mentally stable, don't watch this video. But with the whole Google VEO3, it goes to show that we are binary code, and that's a fact. DNA is created through binary code, and this is a simulation. And it is. And that's a whole other conversation. You are your own programmer. Okay? We live in a holographic universe that is created through binary code. Everything is an illusion of matter. Everything is matter being vibrated at a particular frequency that gives it the illusion of matter. Nothing is real. Alright, so if you're not in good space mentally, this is going to be a lot for you. Everything is vibrating atoms.
Mother load, please. Mother load. Give that to me. I want the mother load. Mother load cheat code. Oh, that would be so nice. I want to quit my job. I want to make enough streaming to not have a job anymore. That'd be so nice.
destroyed. Matter cannot be created or destroyed. It's just recycled. You are recycled matter and energy, and you are part of an infinite intelligence called the universal consciousness. You are God experiencing life through this physical form. Okay? So, you are the programmer of your reality. This is all AI. Like, who's to say we're not in a Neuro 3, whatever it's called? This is all a simulation. I haven't studied this in a while, so I'm pretty sure I just got everything right, but this is what got me sober. Well, once I learned this information and once I really delved into studying it, that's how I got sober after being a fucking alcoholic. Your mind is so powerful. Your mind controls everything. I'm not trying to freak you out, okay? If you are not mentally stable... Here we are.
The Christian Sabbath is what day?
Sunday, in honor of the day that Jesus rose from the dead.
And we're scheduled to give this bill a final vote on what day of the week?
It's ironic, isn't it?
Would you be willing to postpone your bill so that we're not breaking the Ten Commandments by working on the Jewish or Christian Sabbath?
I love that you said that because
You're saying that you'd rather tell people to follow the Ten Commandments than follow it yourself?
I would have rather have had this bill passed the other day when it was time.
We as a legislature are about to force every teacher in the state to post the Ten Commandments in their classrooms.
If they are
members
donated.
of the Texas legislature follow the Ten Commandments?
So again, this bill is about honoring our historical, educational, and judicial heritage with the displaying of the Ten Commandments.
The ninth commandment is thou
These
shalt
people
not
are
bear
fucking
false
garbage.
witness. Are you aware of any legislators who have lied about anything?
That is, you know, there might be one.
They all need Luigi. Doesn't like that one.
I'm so relieved that all of the townspeople were all right in the end.
Just simple automation.
Alright, let's get back to questing. DiGiorno. Unfortunately, as you are already aware, my brother would not be present. It seems the situation is more grave than I initially thought. Ever since his clash with DiGiorno, he's been unable to draw upon the strength of his inner beast. He insists revisiting the basics of axe work at the Marauders Guild will restore his abilities, but I suspect his troubles lie elsewhere. The same can be said for DiGiorno. Though my brother and I did not complete formal training in the ways of the warrior, you may recall we last discovered a way for him to control the savagery of his inner beast, a dire encounter that hardened his resolve to protect his allies, thus allowing him to temper his rage. She believes her problem will be solved through physical training, but if we are to succeed at this, we must recreate a similar experience for DiGiorno. It may prove perilous, but I can see no other way. And we will not have to wait long for this opportunity, as chance would have it. We received a request for aid, routing a group of Mamuljan now occupying the ruins of the city of Nim. They originally came here for want of work. Unable to find it, however, they took to pillaging and plundering. Not even Maelstrom convoys are spared their attention. To make matters worse, the area also serves as the front line of ongoing battles with the kobolds. Either of these tribes alone is already a handful for our forces, and we cannot well cope with both. That is why our squadron of newly trained warriors has been called to undertake the incursion. DiGiorno will be accompanying us, and your presence will be imperative in the event she loses control. When you are ready, make for the ruins in Lower Lenoska. This costs me more Zenny than it makes. More gil than it makes. Costs me more Zenny than it makes. Total waste. All right, let's go. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Whoa. I had no idea that animation was so cool. Dun dun ba 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 ba. Woo! Ba da ba 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 da ba. By the lack of sweat on your brow, I assume you made quick work of the sentries. We, for our part, managed to claim a narrow victory over the main Mamul Jaw force. And despite the chaos and havoc of battle, DeJourna remained unaffected by her inner beast. I am slave to Karash no longer. I am master of the inner beast. Master? Far from it. Brother, what are you doing here? Have you been following us this whole time? Following? Nonsense. I was merely taking a walk. Yes, I was taking a leisurely walk through ruins of Nim when I happened upon your small altercation with the Mamulsha. I couldn't help but notice your form, DeJourno. Your battle form, that is. Anyone with eyes could see you were hesitating with every swing of your axe. You'll never learn to control your inner beast if you're too afraid to push yourself and draw it out. Believe me, I know. Afraid, am I? Oh, that's rich coming from the pathetic worm I sent flying into the waters of the Wolf's Den Pier. Worm? You ungrateful little... Call me that again and I'll call you whatever I please, worm. If you have any complaints, take them up with my axe. You're lucky I'm feeling under the weather today. When next we meet, I'll have to beat some manners into that pretty little head of yours. Though you may not like his judgment, I have to agree with my brother. I too noticed you seemed to be holding back. Though the battle was hard won, you showed little need to overexert yourself, let alone call upon your inner beast. I never meant to hold back. It's just, well, I thought it better not to worry the others.
You didn't be hard on yourself. You did not learn to control your inner beast. No, but you did not learn to control your inner beast. No, but we have defeated the Mulja, and shipments to Linzer are now safe. We should all be proud of what we have accomplished today. Now let's return to Moraby Dry Docks for a well-earned respite. Warriors, yeah. Your thrashing of the Mamulja must have been a glorious sight. Never have I met a man so fearless, so strong. Strong enough even to overcome me when my inner beast is unleashed. If only I could take you to the Azim Steppe, I'd have to go. Aw, she likes me. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba da 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 da. This is ridiculous. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da.
Ba bum ba bum ba da bum 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 bum. Ba bum ba bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. Da 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 da. Yap, 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 na. Na. Na, 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 na. Oh. Na, 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 na. I see what's happening. She likes me, he likes her. We've got a love triangle. I am so bored and tired, but mostly bored. I hate these quests. Okay, I'm a little less bored now that I know we're finally getting to the end of this. Why do I have to ride this horse? Imagine if horses were the default mounts. This game would be very different. It would seem different. Because this mount is a little awkward compared to the other mounts in the game. I've done my dailies. Got a bunch of questing done. Okay. I've had plenty of sleep. There's no reason for me to be so tired. I have had plenty of sleep. God bless. Give me all of the aggro. Fracture on me? Wow. It's been a while since I've seen Fracture. What? That's funny. All right. Love story. Love it. Better love story than Twilight. They should be together. What's going on here? Come on. They should just be a couple. Da 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 ba ba. Ba 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 ba.
I'm Cider Spider, and I'm on a journey to get every available achievement in Final Fantasy XIV. This monumental grind takes countless hours of gameplay over the span of several years, and I'm taking it on 1 week at a time. So, let's get started. Well, alright, we are back in Ishgard again, and today I'm going to be taking on my first...
Okay, one more side quest. We're finally at the raid series for this expansion. Okay, let's see. We're at 4.5 hours of streaming. 4.5 hours. Oof. Alright, let me just collect myself for a minute. Thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set operations at Ruin Raggar's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We now know that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands and that it was shackled with some very distinctive looking buildings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself. Workshop, got it. Ba 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 da 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 da. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. Did I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off? I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is, we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep, at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. Let's investigate it by ourselves. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, Hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with the surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Will. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend? Sure. I'm here for it. Then it's settled. Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the yawn are soaring. What a relaxing song to put me to sleep. Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail is all I have to do. Alright, I got this. Ha, would you look at that? Crikey, it was just a plain old hole before. I've got a bad feeling about this. You're right, Biggs. You're right. What in the seven hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our precious has been busy. What villainy is this? Ooh, Garzimer is curious too. In slumber sweet have I lain, mine offspring's war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another. Our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh gods, what's happening? There's a little baby chocobo flying away from a giant sea serpent. What the hell is this? What is happening? It's a little Tweety bird chocobo running away from a giant Leviathan Gyarados thing. And he trips on a rock and now he's... Oh my goodness. What the heck? You're not dead. Apparently not. Passed straight through me. As if it were some sort of illusion. 'Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving ether into life. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will have become a corporal threat ere long. So Omega created that thing. It's just like Eureka creating weapons. Well, whatever it is, it's gone. While this particular thing remains. Whoop whoop whoop! Gwen? If it looks like a chocobo, and quays like a chocobo, I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo? Looks like a chocobo in the same way a mammoth looks like a person, if you know what I mean. You heard him quay, didn't you? He's a chocobo, I'm sure of it. Fascinating. We could dissect it, in the name of science. I have no idea what it is, but it doesn't seem to pose any immediate threat. Quay? The way it quays isn't unlike a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo, trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are all about this size, aren't they? I suppose. Alright, let's go with chocobo for now. Thy mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well. As this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Well, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? Midgardsormr. What the? The Midgardsormr? Who fought and fell at the Battle of Silvertear Skies? And here I was, content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the father of dragons does have something you do not, that being relevant knowledge. There is much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origin. It first appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allagan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but one thing to say: Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allagans enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. It was always assumed that the Allagans built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Midgardsormr tells us that it's not even of our world. Just so, it haileth from another star. More than that I will not say. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plain beyond this hollow, where it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet, being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight by Omega? Why in the seven hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have naught to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. Servant of Hydaelyn, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. Acid reflux today, man. Quit, quit. Whew, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'll be back in a few.
Get yourself to recover some busting. One of these.
Wow, that's in the news. Voyage 1, which is still in the galaxy somewhere, sent back an image to NASA. And it's a human face. It's like, wow, this is a image here. Now, quantum physicist has basically verified this
information to Earth again. We meet the NASA science and secrets of the universe.
Wow, amazing news. Voyager 1, which is still in the galaxy somewhere, sent back an image to NASA.
What is this place? What's wrong with us? I can see straight through me. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Experiment? you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. What? We're disappearing. Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. Beep. It seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? Queen? Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. What does that mean? Assigned. Uh-oh. Big weird. Big weird. The interdimensional rift. Looks like some manner of tower or egg. This is crazy. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. This assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Bleep, boop. This is not elegant at all. An invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summary erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. Let's do this. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? Quit. Not telling what awaits. Stay sharp. Where do we go exactly? Da da da. Do 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 do. I am so tired. I can't believe how tired I am. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Oh man. Alright, this raid's way better than the Heaven's Ward raid for sure.
This is called... There's also a bunch of TikTok for lip syncing.
Right then, what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being. But we do not know its ultimate purpose, nor even its exact whereabouts. Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden, and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Deltascape. Queer! Well, Alpha certainly seems keen. Though it might be best if you left the fighting to others, little one. That is, of course, assuming others are willing. What say you, old friend? I have so much acid reflux today. My chest feels horrible. Tis a pity none of us speaks Chocobo. As I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha transfer his authorization to us prior to engaging in combat. In which case, well, you need him to accompany you into the Delta Scape. See to your preparations and proceed whenever you're ready.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to Mondays with Mr. Happy, aka Mr. Happy Mondays, a weekly Q&A show where you ask me questions and I answer them. Move complete, move successful. I mean, I just got a bed behind me in my office, but that works. You know, when Prague hours are coming around, I can just go take a nap right there. I don't have to go very far. It's perfect. But yeah, this is, for the moment, my new office space. At some point, may move things around, but quite frankly, I'm not very particular for caring what's behind me. I've always just kind of done it with the stuff behind me because why not, right? That's what streamers do. I'm otherwise not too particular on the PF. And there are some people who prove that their own skill clearly affects how fast they go through a tier. I'm always somewhat... I can't help but notice that players who are of a... like, they've been playing longer, they are way more comfortable. I'd say generally a higher skill. Round-up engine remaster of 14 is out of their mind. You've got the closest you're going to get to that is the mobile version. Yeah, Bravely Default is basically Final Fantasy V. And on crack is a good way of putting it. Yeah, they said they canceled the 11 remake years ago. They confirmed that was canceled years ago. Nexon dropped the ball on that one. Final Fantasy 1 needs a remodel. You mean Stranger of Paradise? Because we technically got Final Fantasy 1 remake. It's called Stranger of Paradise. Technically, it's Final Fantasy 1 prequel, but still. You know what's funny? Ninja offered Square Enix $1 million if they would, I think it was so if they would do 11 Classic or something like that, and they just ignored him. They were like, yeah, $1 million, that'll really do the trick, guy. Come on. I can't remember if it was $1 million. Yeah, I think it was $1 million to release 11 Classic. $1 million and half a grilled cheese. I mean, I wouldn't say it won't happen. I think there will be a new turn-based Final Fantasy mainline game at some point. I do think there will be. I just don't think it... I don't think there's any reason to expect a time frame. Like, you might be 50 by the time it happens. Or I might be 50. But they're more likely to make offshoot games. Or remasters or something.
Before we begin, spoiler warning, I'm going to talk about stuff all the way to Dawn Trail patch 7.25, including optional side content, as if that wasn't obvious from the title, so go away if you wish to remain pure and unburdened by my ramble.
I'm gonna go lay down. I really need to address this extreme fatigue I'm experiencing. As much as I don't want to log off, I have to. I just have to lay down. I'll be back in like an hour or something. Yeah, I'll be back in